I don't know. That shows arms out. Like I saw this. Sure.
Okay, I'd like to call the regular city council meeting to order, January 18th, 2022 at 5:31 PM. Members of the public may join in person or access a live feed. The virtual option does not allow for public comment. May I have a roll call, please?
Jan Joplin. Gary Mitchell. James Connor.
Here.
Austin is absent. Mayor Rhodes.
Present. And place number 3 vacant. Okay, at this time, I'm going to move an item up out of order. It's item number E. Consider making an appointment to fill the vacancy in place 3 following the resignation of Councilmember Julie Jacobson. Or if the council should choose to delay appointment, further direct staff regarding the desired process for identifying a candidate. At the last meeting, this council had directed staff to move forward with the appointment process for Mr. Kenneth Michaels, pending a meeting between himself and Councilmember Degenhart that had not had an opportunity prior to meet with him. That meeting has taken place. And Mr. Degenhart is not here tonight, but I did reach out to him to get his input on that, and he's ready to move forward. He felt comfortable with the meeting that he had with Mr. Michaels. So at this time, I'd like to open up the floor for a motion.
I'll make a motion to appoint Kenneth Michaels to place 3.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'd like to have the vote by a show of hands. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. All in favor. Congratulations, Mr. Michaels. Would you like to please come forward? And at this time, City Secretary will be giving the statement of appointed/elected officer and the oath of office. After Mr. Michaels takes his oath, then I will give him an opportunity to say a few words to you to kind of introduce himself to you. Okay, thank you. Mr. Michaels, would you like to just kind of tell the public a little bit, like what kind of boards that you've served on, what type of experience that you bring to the table for us?
My name's Kenneth Michaels. I started getting involved with the city about 6 years ago when the water rates went up. From what I learned is the best way to get involved with the city is to get on board. So one of my first boards I got on was Keep Kennedale Beautiful. And then I also got on the UIB board. And UIB was responsible for getting the Arlington contract. So we worked on that and got the Arlington contract. During my process, I went from the KKB and stayed on KKB, stayed on the UIB, and then I jumped into the Parks Board. They were having problems getting a quorum and stuff like that. And I would always show up to the Parks Board meetings and P&Z meetings just to see what's going on in the city. And, so basically now I just jumped in with both feet, going to do my best to make the decisions for the city, what's best for our city, because I've lived here for 45 years and some changes are good, but some changes are bad. So, I mean, hopefully I can do my part and serve on this council with the other members and work as a team. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so let's resume to work session item, discussion of potential general obligation bond proposal. This was added to the agenda at the request of Council Member Connor, and it's a little premature to be actually having an election in May for anything like this. For one, we have key staff positions that are still not filled at this time, that's definitely a priority with this council. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Leslie, if you want to get us started on this item.
Well, Mayor and council, we've included in your packet the most recent capital projects list that was presented to council in, I believe, March of 2020. And at that time, it was a comprehensive list of identified projects. As noted in your staff report, of course, cost would have increased on. Is this not working? Cost would have increased. Okay, on these items due to the instruction cost increases since COVID has had an effect on the construction industry. So this is not an updated estimate list, but it would help to start the conversation.
Councilmember Connor, would you like to start? You have questions for staff or?
Really don't have I really don't have any questions for staff. It's, I was presented the information by the Parks Board and Mr. Michaels as well. This was seen originally back in 2018. It was heard by council for a review at that point in time. However, since then, nothing has been spoken about it. And I feel that looking at these estimates, obviously the money portion of it is, it's not updated. However, this was supposed to have gotten traction, you know, new fire station, new police station, obviously, because they need it. And then the majority of this is parks and streets. Our parks need help. We have 2, 3. We have Rogers Farm, we have Sonora Park, and then we also have the town center. Those are the only 3 that I'm aware of. So there was to be a park over there by the train tracks off of 3rd, 4th, and 5th on North. That has yet to happen. With all this going forward, I mean, year 1, 2020 to 2021, some of this should have already been completed. However, because of COVID and what has happened, it has not taken place. Some of it has, some of it hasn't. So with that being said, I like to get a little bit more traction on this. I'd like to get this pushed into maybe possibly a GO bond, or possibly, you know, put onto an election status for May so that we can go ahead and start moving this forward. It's been 4 years. I don't know what's stopping us besides the money.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Joplin.
So just from where we stand currently, I do agree that there are a lot of projects on here that at some point we're going to have conversations about. The public safety being probably the biggest priority. This was given to, and honestly, I think one of the first council meetings that I sat in on in 2016, I think at the end of that budget, there was a proposed fire station possibly. But so it has been, it's been out there for a while, you're right. I definitely think it's something that we need to talk about. But I do agree with the mayor that right now our priorities are on the staff and getting a city manager and directors and putting a plan together in place for infrastructure where we have, you know, everything listed in priorities and where the funding is going to come from. And this could be something that we could discuss once we have that staff in place. The parks, some of the streets we have addressed with some of the money that we have. And I won't go down each one, but some of them we have addressed And I would also like to see more of an infrastructure plan in place so that we know exactly, we can go to the software system and know what the priority is, what street in order of priority, where the funding's coming from, what the time frame is, uh, and have it accessible to the citizens as well. You know, even have it on the city website where it's accessible to the citizens.
Didn't we already do that with the streets earlier last year?
We don't have anything that I mean, there's several documents about the streets. But as far as on something that's, I'm thinking more like it's documented where there's a priority and we know where the money's coming from and what the funding is. I haven't seen that. I've seen some presentations that have some money, but it's questionable about where the rest of the money will be coming from, but not a document that it's just update on a routine basis, or one that we've seen that we've approved, like, yes, that's the order. This is, you know, these are the streets. This is a priority. Yes, we're in agreement with the funding on it. We have kicked it around, you know, the different streets and what needs to be done. Like when we did the bond for Tarrant County, we
That's what
looked
I'm
at
talking about. We did
yeah.
a priority list at that time.
that, right, but that wasn't a Kennedale infrastructure plan, a complete infrastructure plan. Since I've been on council, I've probably seen 3 or 4 different documents with different priorities, different streets, different amounts, different ways we're going to get funding. So we need one that this council has seen that we can, you know, agree to and understand where the funding's coming from.
Can staff try to put that together for our next meeting, maybe? If possible.
Put what together? An open source
Yes.
prioritized list
Yes.
with funding identified.
Well, not with
Mhm.
funding identified, but maybe a priority source. Because obviously as
Priority of streets or all of these projects?
all these projects, if possible.
I don't believe that's possible by the next meeting.
Okay.
But we can begin work on it.
The parks, I don't disagree. They need help. Sadly, I think my granddaughters were probably the last group that even practiced on that field. And for the most part, I think we've lost KYE baseball because the field can't even be used. I don't even know if we can bring it back around. I have no idea. It's something we can talk about. I've reached out to the board, the KYA president, and he would certainly be open to having conversations with us. But it looks currently, though, that we're in 2022 based on the packet that we were presented. I would like to see if the EDC could help us some with parks and have a conversation with them about what they could do to help us as well. But as far as a GO, I think I think we have some more conversation before we put it out as a GO. And then if in reading the staff report, this wouldn't even go, even if we approved, even if we said, yes, this is what we want to do tonight. It would have to be approved by February and it would be on the November ballot, right?
It would be on the May ballot,
Oh, it would be on the May ballot.
but we would have to have a fully fleshed
Oh,
out
yeah.
bond
Oh,
package.
gosh, yeah, there's no way.
No.
Not with, yeah, so it would be, no. It would be on the November ballot based on our staffing.
Correct.
Yeah.
At the
If,
earliest.
yeah.
Yes.
And with that, we'd really want it to be on a local, not a primary in November. So I would say if this is something that we can hold on to, and then once we have our city manager and other staff in place, and maybe it's possible that we can get the public works director to go ahead and start looking at an actual infrastructure plan to present to us at some point.
Oddly enough, back in 2018, someone just said the exact same thing, and it's taken until 2022 to get it re-looked at. So also with that being said, our parks budget if you look at it over the last 4 budgets, has gone down dramatically. Like we keep cutting money from them so they can't fix anything. Or they can't reinvest into our community. So I think that, looking at it is a great option. However, we don't need it to go into file 13 and forget about it for another 4 years.
Yeah, I agree. I would like to see what our EDC could do. See if they have some funds that could help us and maybe get a priority from the Parks Board of the list that they have of the projects, how they would list them, what their priority would
And
be.
I don't even know if the EDC can help us. I mean, the EDC is for economic development, not for parks development, not for streets either. So I don't know if we could actually use EDC money for that.
I think parks and potentially streets could be eligible EDC projects.
Okay.
Hey, anything further?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Mitchell, do you have anything?
Not really. I mean, I'm like you and Leslie as well. It's just too early to be talking about it. Plus, in May, we got an election. There could be 2 new council members sitting here, but James, I love your enthusiasm. If something does need to be done, there's a lot of talk and no action. So at some point in time, there has to be some action put forth. So you stay in there and you keep doing it because at some point in time, it's going to happen.
Credit to Mr. Michaels and our park board president, Mr. Navarez, for bringing this to my attention. I didn't even know it was something that was even floated. So I do have to thank them for giving me the pertinent information to go forward on this.
And Councilmember Michaels, do you have anything to add?
I really don't have nothing to add, but this is something that being on the Parks Board, we worked on it for 13 months, Jeff. And I would like to see it go forward. I don't know if it can possibly be on the next election coming up, but it's, we need to start fixing our parks. We need to start fixing our city. And we're just letting everything fall apart now. So I don't know on staffing, where we're at. I know we still need a city manager.
Yes.
But I would like to see this go forward and not put on the back burner again. Thank you.
Now we have some key department heads that Leslie is and HR are actively trying to find good candidates to fill those positions. And that one position is Director of Finance. And the other one, remind me again the title, Community Development.
Community Development Director.
Community Development Director. So those would be key components in addition to the city manager position to get the information gathered that we would need to even go to the voters for an election on that.
Could
But
we-
yes, good information. Good.
Could we possibly continue this into the February meeting as well? Maybe more discussion on it, so it doesn't get put on the back burner?
We could. Is that what council desires? Or do you think that's still kind of too soon?
What did you say?
If we
I
could
couldn't
still,
hear you.
if we could have more discussion about it in the February meeting, instead of putting it on the back burner, bring it forth again to see where we are, maybe with some updated costs and totals and stuff like that.
I would say if our Director of Public Works has something for on the infrastructure side of it, but for the rest of it, I would think that we would wait for the city manager and the finance director. Maybe the EDC, maybe have a conversation with the EDC and the Parks Board.
Okay, Leslie, you got that then? Okay. Any further discussion on this workshop item?
No.
Okay. Okay, then let's go on to the next item on the agenda is executive session item pursuant to section 551.071 and 551.074. And just to clarify that when we go into 551.071, it states city manager and P and Z case. as well as discussion of any item posted on the agenda. Just for clarification, that will be for all the public hearing items listed on the agenda if so needed in executive session. And it is 5:52 PM. We adjourn into closed session.
It was right across. I was in my garage. Like, you know, here's actually. That's what that's what. But hey, I got things. They are. We had the project. Like 5 years. Yeah, I know. Oh, that's last year. 5 years. That's all right. I believe. That was weird. Burn the grass. Pen and paper. Pencil, pencil. All your fault. Turn that.
Okay, we'll reconvene back into open session at 6:55 PM. And at this time, well, just a note, we will be going back into executive session again later during the meeting. At this time, if we'd all rise for the invocation and pledges of allegiance to the flags, and if I could ask Councilmember Gary Mitchell to please do that for us.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Father, we thank you and praise you for this opportunity to come before you tonight, Father. We seek your guidance and your wisdom, Father. We know that you are the only one that knows the complete truth and sees it all, Father. So tonight, Father, as we gather as a city and a council, Father, we just ask that you be with us and bless us, bless our citizens, bless our first responders, our city employees, Father. We thank you for our government. Father, we ask you to bless them, to be with them and our military. Father, we ask you to watch over us for this COVID-19 that's going around the city. So Father, we just want to thank you and praise you as you take over this meeting, Father, and give us the direction that the city needs to go that would honor and praise you for it. And we'll give you the glory, honor, and praise in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance. Visitor forum, we had one person to sign up for just general visitor. And that is Mr. Derek Hall. If you could please, when you get to the podium seat, please state your name and your address for the record. And just a reminder, 3 minutes, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Derek Hall, 6744 Oak Crest Drive West, up in other end of Kennedale. One thing. So last week, when we were at the meeting, the form that I didn't get about the property next door, that was because Tarrant County Appraisal District had my address wrong. They sent it somewhere else. So I'm sure y'all did send it. They just, kind of doubted it last week, but I'm pretty sure y'all sent it. They just like to mess things up down there. So hopefully got that straightened out today. What I want to talk about, so back in that session, I believe it was sometime in October, y'all approved, there was a zoning change and then there was a approval to build townhomes on property next to me. So the property next to me isn't being maintained by the property owners. I know that's a code compliance thing. But nothing's been done with it for a very long time. There's a tire around the gas meter pipe that's been there for the last 2 different owners of that property. Same tire, hadn't moved. Nobody who has bought that property has done anything with the property. But they want to come in and say they want to do things in our neighborhood to make them better. You can't mow your grass, because the last time that grass got mowed was in August sometime before everything started dying. And I'm the one that mowed it because of the rats and snakes that are coming into my property from that property and in my neighbor's property on the other side of it. But that was approved for them to come in and do that without anybody driving out to the property to look at it and see if the people who are doing this is even maintaining anything. And they're not. Y'all don't mind, I'd like to pass this around for y'all so y'all can see the property of what it looks like today.
Sure.
I didn't realize I needed multiple copies. But we got people who want to come into our neighborhood. Everything's eventually going to get developed. That's just what it is. The gentleman here for the property that's going in on Mansfield Highway, Kennedale Parkway, that makes sense. It's up there. It makes a lot of sense. So I think theirs is a great idea for the apartments up there. I just want to say that because I think it is. But if you look through there, you'll see how there's piles of tree debris in the vacant property, sitting out right by the street. The tire that goes around the gas meter, where the gas meter used to be, now it's just a pole that comes up out of the ground. The grass isn't cut, because like I said, I hadn't cut it since August. I was told I shouldn't cut it, that the people who own the property should have to cut it. But you can't do that because I deal with the pests that come from it. I'm not giving that to y'all. I'm gonna give it to code compliance because he's the one who actually has to fix it. But I just wanted y'all to see the people who are coming in to develop, they're not actually taking care of anything. They've
Okay.
owned that property since last year.
Yes, thank you, sir. And yes, you would need to get with code compliance, but thank you for your comments. Okay, and there's no other, all the rest of these are speaker requests, basically for the planning and zoning cases that are coming forth. And then there's one other item here that we haven't, we'll address that when we get to it. So reports and announcements, updates from the city council. We'll start on this end with Councilmember Connor, please.
Really no announcements, but, or reports to speak of. However, at the last meeting that we all had, I was kind of out of order, and I would like to go ahead and at this time apologize to Councilmember Joplin and Mr. Mitchell, as well as Mr. Degenhart, who is not here, for being completely out of order. It was not my intention. However, I am a little passionate about the city, and something needed to be said at that time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then Mayor Pro Tem Joplin.
First of all, thank you all for being here. And I do apologize. I know you've been here a long time. But I do really appreciate everyone coming because it is important for you to come and speak. I also want to thank everyone that serves on a board. It's not always easy, but it does take away from your family, and at $1 pay per meeting, it's not that profitable. However, if that does sound interesting to you, you can apply online at the city website, and we'll certainly take a look at your application. We do have several goals for this year to update the comprehensive and the master plan. There's a lot of areas of planning zoning that needs to be updated, including updating our unified development codes. Kennedale is only 6 square miles. And so for me, it's about, the quality that we put in those 6 square miles. It's really important for us to think about that. Creating a plan for the infrastructure. If you were here earlier, you heard that, our priority order, a strategic plan to work with our businesses, working with the EDC on potentially helping us in areas including our parks, meeting with Arlington to get an update on where we are with our Arlington water. And I am disappointed we didn't have the opportunity to bring Mr. Brooks Williams in as our city manager. Definitely wasn't for the lack of effort that this council put into that. We spent 5 months and lots of executive session meetings trying to hire a city manager, which that is the biggest decision that we will make as a council. But in closing, we are now starting to look for a city manager, and we do have 3 directors, specifically with planning and zoning and finance and library. And in the meantime, our staff is stretched, and they are doing above and beyond duties every day. And I want to thank you all very much. That's all I have.
Okay, Councilmember Mitchell.
I would just like to absolutely thank you guys for being here tonight, because this is for you. It's your council, it's your meetings, and your opinions and your voices matter deeply to us all. Definitely want to thank the city staff for all that they do, especially working in these times and shorthanded as well. So sometimes it doesn't seem like a whole lot of things are going forward, but till we get a full staff down here, things might not go too forward too fast. Also, the May elections are coming up. This place is up, place 2, place 4, and I think the mayor. So if you want to come up here and take our place, go sign up, and good luck. God bless you, and thank y'all for coming.
Okay, and Councilmember Michaels. As far as updates for myself, the 75th anniversary, we had mentioned that last year, that is coming forward this year, that we get to celebrate our city and its incorporation for 75 years. That's pretty big, pretty significant. And Leslie and I need to get our heads together, and more than likely, we will ask the Parks Board to take that on. And I know that they're very up on handling different events for the city, so that just kind of falls in there with all of that. And more details on that will be coming forward. I'm hopeful from them. Also, as Council Member Mayor Pro Tem Joplin mentioned, we are beginning the city manager search. We're going to be using SGR Company, and we will be starting that all over again. So hopeful that now that we're going through SGR, that process will be a little quicker than it was in the past. Okay, and then at this time, interim city manager, do you have any reports to give?
Just a couple. And I sent this information to council about safe routes earlier this week, but I did want to announce it for the public as well. Staff has received notice that the Federal Highway Administration has approved the funding for the Safe Routes project, which will be the sidewalks between Arthur and Delaney in those neighborhoods. Now, I probably should have led with the other, which is it probably won't break ground until next year, but we're getting there. So that's exciting news. Debbie Scott is serving as our interim finance director.
Yay.
So we are very happy to have her on board for that. And we are planning to begin our interviews for community development early next month. So, and the finance director position and the library director position are both still open for applications. So the only other announcement that I have is the library. And the Friends of the Library of Kennedale are hosting a Valentine's Murder Mystery and Dessert Theater fundraiser. There's information on the Kennedale News Facebook page. It will be February 4th, and I believe tickets are $15. So if anyone's interested in that. And then this Thursday, the Historical Society will have their first meeting post-COVID at 4 p.m. at the library. So the mayor and I will be there. We'd love for anyone else to join us. And then the quarter auction this month is January 25th at First United Methodist Church, and it benefits our fire department. So we are grateful to FUMC for their support of our public safety facilities. So that's all I have for tonight.
Okay, Councilmember Connor.
If I could go back to the visitor and citizen forum, can I address Mr. Hall in one of his photos really quickly? No? Thank you. I will do it in private.
Thank you. Okay, and then the next item, I understand that's been tabled, the police department swearing in ceremony. And we'll go right on to the financial reports. Do you have anything to add, or is Debbie presenting?
We don't have anything specific to present tonight, but if council has questions, we can respond or you can email us.
Council, do you have any comments regarding financial reports? None? Okay. And the same for the schedule of investment activity for quarter ending December 31st. So let's move right on into consent agenda. There's 11 items on the consent agenda.
Yeah.
And at this time, I would like to ask if there are any items that council wishes to remove from the consent agenda.
I would like to remove 11 and discuss it.
Okay, any others? Okay.
Mayor,
yes.
I would ask the council to consider to remove item number 10. I've got some changes that I have yet to make, and my recommendation would be for the council to authorize the city manager to finalize the agreement.
Okay,
I'd like to remove item 10 and not finalize the agreement because there is some language in there that I am not comfortable with.
Okay, then I would ask for a motion from someone to remove items numbers 10 and 11, please.
Motion to remove items number 10 and 11 from the consent agenda.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, raise a hands, please. Those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. All in favor. So I would like to have, open the floor for a motion to approve the consent agenda items 1 through 9.
Motion to approve consent agenda items 1 through 9.
Yeah, I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, and those against, raise your hand. And those abstain, please raise your hand. Okay, motion passes with a 3-0-1 vote. Councilmember Michaels abstaining. Okay, let's go to consent agenda item number 10 that was pulled, approval of an interlocal agreement with the city of Everman for rabies control and the shared use of the city of Everman Animal Shelter. Council's heard from legal counsel and then Councilmember Connor's request. Open the floor for a motion.
Motion to deny at this time concerning language in the contract.
The motion to deny. Do I have a second? Any discussion? Mm-mm.
My recommendation was I haven't had an opportunity to make my final changes. Someone in my office has reviewed this. For the most part, it's a lot of clarification. My changes wouldn't change the overall substantive terms of the agreement. Sounds like you have
Mine
an
would.
issue with some of the terms of the agreement, so
Mine would. Yes.
if, this would be a good opportunity for you to explain what you didn't like. My understanding from the chief, correct me if I'm wrong, if he's in here,
Yes.
this doesn't necessarily have to be approved tonight. It could go on the February agenda. So Councilmember Connor, if you,
Concerning section 6, impoundment and disposition of animals. Am I to understand, a couple of months ago, you came before this council and we talked about, certain things and animals, and as the animal lover here, I'm gonna look at these. Item 6, section A says a live stray dog impounded by Kennedale and delivered to animal shelter under this agreement shall be held for a period of not less than 96 hours unless released early to its owner. However, going down to section D, the ownership of impounded or quarantined animals that have not been released to their owners on the expiration date of 96 hours, which is in section A, of the impoundment and quarantine period or submitted for rabies testing shall lie with Kennedale. And Kennedale authorizes Everman to place the animals for adoption. I'm okay with that. To transfer them to another or other animal welfare organizations. I'm okay with that. Or to be euthanized. No. When we discussed this a couple months ago, I was told by you that this would be a non-kill shelter. It goes on to say that it will be at the sole discretion of Everman. Kennedale specifically requests Everman euthanize all animals from Kennedale that are not adopted or transferred.
That is correct. From my understanding, it is a no-kill shelter, just like Fort Worth. There's provisions on anything dealing with that. As long as there's no health, there's some type of health issue with the animal, yes, there is a possibility they'll be euthanized in reference to that. However, if it's in reference to adoption, there's no issues with the animal. Adoption is the first direction.
Then I would ask for the language that or to be euthanized at the sole discretion of Everman. And I would like for the language, Kennedale specifically requests Everman to euthanize all animals from Kennedale that are not adopted or transferred to be removed. Because if there is a health issue with an animal, I agree for the best outcome of the animal, it is only humane to do that. However, if there is nothing wrong with said animal, whether it be a cat, dog, bird, ferret, I don't know, I would request that the city remove the language that we not euthanize them and that we seek alternative routes. Thank you.
Okay, does your motion stand?
My motion will stand to deny until the language is clear. Yes.
We have a motion and then your second, does that stand? Mayor Pro Tem, she had second. Okay. So in any further discussion then? Are you clear on the motion? Okay. So hearing no further discussion, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. All in favor. That was in favor to deny that request. Okay. All right, so item number 11 that was pulled, approval of a resolution authorizing an application requesting financial assistance from the Texas Water Development Board for the construction, acquisition, and equipping of city drainage improvements and making certain findings in connection wherewith. Councilmember Mitchell, you had requested this item to be pulled. Would you care to elaborate?
I would just like some explanation because it said that we needed to pay them like $5,000. And so I would like to know exactly what, when, where, how, and the purpose of the $5,000, I guess. I mean, I read this pretty good. I think I understand it, but I would just like to know.
Hey, my name is Max Aronson. I am with Shield Engineering. We are the city engineers for Kennedale. And are you in reference to the bond council, that $5,000 for the bond council? Is that correct? Okay. I went ahead and spoke to TWDB. They're the ones that are actually giving us the grant. And today, since the city is not actually applying for a loan, they're just getting the grant funding for the project. They do not actually need to hire a bond counsel for this project. So that $5,000 should not be necessary at this time.
That's the way I read it. And then I'm like, okay, well then why are we paying 5,000?
Yes.
So that's,
Yeah, I was a little confusing, so I did get clarification today, so we should be fine without
Okay.
paying that $5,000.
all right, thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
But to clarify, we can pass this resolution and then separately not pass the letter of engagement with bond counsel. So passing of this resolution would author, and we can remove the wording, the reference to bond counsel on the resolution. But in order to move forward with this process, we do need this resolution passed.
That is
tonight,
correct.
correct?
Yes, we do need the resolution passed. However, the bond council portion, it's different forms. That does not need to be passed.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'd like to open the floor for a motion.
I would make a motion to approve the resolution authorizing an application requesting financial assistance from the Texas Water Development Board for the construction, acquisition, and equipping of the city drainage improvements and making certain findings in connection therewith, less the payment of the $5,000.
Okay, you have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Just a notation, I believe is this resolution, we need to add Councilmember Michaels' name to the document. Okay, I'll call for a vote now. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. All in favor.
Can I just say one thing about this
Okay,
real quick? Just so that you're aware what this is this is a grant that gives us about $432,000 for to work on, and I believe this is for,
The stabilization of Valley Lane.
yeah, Valley Lane. So that's what this is for. The actual project was about $1.7 million, but this is about a little over $400,000. That's what this is for. And this is just a resolution to pass so that we can get this grant for the money.
okay. Next item is to consider approval of an engagement letter with McCall, Parkhurst, and Horton, the city's bond counsel for assistance with the application for financial assistance from the Texas Water Development Board. Ms. Galloway?
Right, and this is a related item, and Max and I did have a conversation on Friday and today about this, and when we originally applied, we had thought we were going to apply for the zero interest loan to fund the other portion of the project, and that's when the bond council portion was added. Now that we are not applying for that portion and it's a grant only, bond council won't be necessary. So this item can be tabled.
Okay. Then we will table that item. Next item is to discuss and consider a recommendation put forward by the Parks and Recreation Board to name the performance stage in Town Center Park, the Ralph Mooney Performance Pavilion. Mr. Walsh, Public Works Director, do you have anything you would like to add to that?
Be fine to recognize Mr. Mooney.
And I do have one person in the audience that wishes to speak on this item. So they may have a question on that. I'm not sure. Let's go ahead and call that person up. Mr. Rocky Gilly, please.
I would like to speak strongly in support of recognizing Mr. Ralph Mooney. Many people under the age of 60, 65 may not be familiar with Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney was born near Duncan, Oklahoma in 1920. When he was about 12 years old, he relocated to his aunt and uncle in Southern California, part of the Great Migration, what's roughly known as the Okies. He was blessed with musical talent, and as a young man began playing in honky tonks and bars in California, in the Bakersfield area. Very talented man. There he hooked up with another young Okie from Missouri, actually, named Win Stewart. And together, Win Stewart with Mr. Mooney and others pretty much are the founding members of what's known as the Bakersfield Sound of the 1950s. He was well known as a session musician and played on many of the great country and Western hits in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, maybe even into the 80s. After the years passed, he also performed with Buck Owens. Many people will probably recognize the name Buck Owens. And later, actually recorded and played with the great Merle Haggard. And in the early 1970s, he became a member of Waylon Jennings Band. And some of you may recognize the name Waylon Jennings, and it's getting a little closer to the current time. He also is credited with authorship of one of the most famous country music songs of all times, Crazy Arms. And he lived in Kennedale, according to his son, from about 1969 until his passing, I believe in 2010, 2011. His death was noted in the New York Times. That shows you the impact and how he was honored across the music world. And I'm so happy to see that this come forward. And I hope that y'all consider renaming the plaza after the great Ralph Mooney. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Navarez, did you want to say something to council?
Man, Rocky really killed that on the history. The only thing I would add to the history of what Mr. Mooney has contributed to music as well is the actual steel guitar, the modern steel guitar. It was a variation of the pedal guitar. Mr. Mooney took the pedal guitar home, took things out of his own kitchen, like toasters and things like that, and actually made the design of the flat steel guitar that we know today, which was given to guitar shops and they copied that design. And that design has not varied from that. But besides that, I just want to give you a little history of where this come from. This was actually found out by the local infamous Phil Wallace, and he had tagged me in and Mayor Johnson and the tag about 2 years ago. So this is something we've been working on about 2 years. We've spoken to the family of the estate, and they are excited about this. One of the things that we're been looking to do, besides all the bond for the parks, is little things that we can improve, including the stage, which is one of our most utilized items in our parks. Like we're gonna get backdrops for it and just make it a little bit more enclosed and center stage of the park. And one of the things we want to do is rebrand it. And what we're hoping to do is also rebrand things like Concert in the Park into like a Ralph Mooney for Food or a steel guitar championship, some sort of contest. This is rarely done across the United States, and so it could end up being a destination kind of event. Of course, I'm going to need a couple years to work this out, but that's the plan. And I think we should centralize something as infamous as Ralph Mooney in our community. Historic wise, we do that anyways within our parks. But beyond that, I think it could be a good branding thing to do events as a destination.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd open up the floor for a motion.
I'll go ahead and put a motion forward to approve the recommendation to approve the Parks and Recreation Board to name to name the performance stage in Town Center Park, the Ralph Mooney Performance Pavilion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, any discussion? None? Okay. Let's call for a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. Motion approved, unanimous. Yeah, yeah. Okay, now we have 6 public hearings, all planning and zoning cases. Just a reminder, if you've signed up to speak or you're going to speak, limit your comments to 3 minutes. I know that's not a lot of time whenever you're up there trying to say what you want to say, but please, we have a lot of people here, a lot of cases to hear. Sometimes just keep it short and simple, and whenever you address the podium or address the council at the podium, please state your name and your address clearly for the record. And we will tell you when your time's up. Please be respectful of that and adhere to that. First public hearing item is case number PZ 22-01. To conduct a public hearing and to consider an ordinance amending the Unified Development Code by amending Table 4.2, Schedule of Uses, Old Town Districts of Article 4, Old Town Districts by designating dwelling multifamily as a permitted use in the Old Town 4 mixed-use district. And Ms. Galloway, would you please lead?
When the UDC was first adopted in September 2016, multifamily was a permitted use in this zoning category, as well as OT3 actually. However, it was removed as a permitted use in both OT3 and OT4 via Ordinance 619, which was adopted just 3 months later in December of 2016. No amending ordinances have been codified into the PDF document. Last year, staff was approached by Sumatera Ventures regarding a proposed development of multifamily on an OT4 lot on the Parkway. The staff at that time informed Sumatera that this type of use was allowed. They made an error. 2 more lots were proposed for development. And during a meeting regarding the 3rd lot, current staff realized that the use for multifamily had been removed from OT4 and made the developers aware. So now they are requesting that multifamily be added back as a permitted use in all OT4 zoning.
Okay. We're going to conduct these public hearings in this order. I should have mentioned this earlier. Staff will give their presentation, then the developer will give their presentation, and then the speakers that have signed up, or, this is a public hearing, so if you wish to speak, then at that time, we will hear from the visitors in attendance. And then after that, then we will close the public hearing and conduct a vote. So at this time, we will call up the developer, please. And please, again, please state your name and your address and adhere to the 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Angela Hines. I'm an attorney at the law firm of Munch Hart, 500 North Ackard Street in Dallas, Texas. I represent Sumaterra Ventures LLC. Tonight, I'm here to shed a little bit more light on the conversations that my client has had and why this project is before you now. Sumaterra Ventures is a multifamily developer. They have developed projects across the country. They only develop projects that are already zoned multifamily. They do not seek properties that are not zoned for multifamily, and they do not seek properties where they'll need to go through a rezoning process. When they identified 3 properties in Kennedale over a year ago, one of the first things they did is ensure that multifamily use was allowed there. They reviewed the zoning code, which your interim city manager has mentioned, and I just want to provide this for you. And if you'll take a look at the zoning code, you'll notice on the last page that it notes that OT4 zoning district permits by right multifamily, dwelling multifamily. In addition to that, as my client moved forward in this process in undertaking a minor plat and in working through the engineering that's involved in multifamily projects and other development, they worked closely with city staff, met with them repeatedly. And one of the first things they ask is, can you please confirm the zoning for this site? Can you please confirm that multifamily use is permitted? As Ms. Galloway noted, staff did confirm that multifamily use was permitted. And frankly, they were enthusiastic about these projects. For over the next several months through June, my client continued to work closely with city staff. In June, the minor plat was approved. The 2 other projects were in process, and it wasn't until late September that Sumaterra Ventures was contacted and informed that a zoning consultant who had been working with the city on updating the UDC had discovered Ordinance 619. Now, I do want to note Ordinance 619 was approved in December of 2016. And if you'll look on the front of your document, you'll see that this document was amended the following month. So there was an opportunity if to incorporate that into this ordinance. But that wasn't done. It was an error. And in fact, city staff was confused about it as well. We were appreciative to worked collaboratively with your city attorney to bring this forward to you tonight to try to correct that error. As you can imagine, my client has made a substantial investment in working on this project over the 3 projects over the course of 9 months. And I just want to show you, if I may, a map that shows you all of the projects. Madam Mayor, may I have 30 more seconds and I'll be very
Yes,
brief.
please.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mayor and council members, if you'll take a look at this map, I've identified all 3 of the properties. You'll notice they're all along Kennedale Parkway. And although we're very pleased with the request for approval that we received from the Planning and Zoning Commission, we recognize that there could be some concerns about allowing multifamily in all of the OT4 district. If that is the case, we would urge you to approve this item with the following amendment: that only those properties that abut and are adjacent to Kennedale Parkway in the OT4 zoning district may have, by permission, the multifamily use. That would limit the applicability and that would still ensure that my client's projects could move forward. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm here to take any questions.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker is Shane Child.
Good evening. My name is Shane Child. I'm the Vice President of Sumaterra Ventures. We're excited to be here and I traveled a long way. Oh, I need to state my address. I live at 815 South, 930 East in Heber City, Utah. I live just south of Park City and we traveled a long way to be here because we're invested. We're excited about what opportunities are in front of us in Kennedale. I do realize that this proposed code amendment is bigger than what we are, what we represent. I know we're here addressing the three properties that have been put in front of you. But I want you to know what we do and what we offer to the city of Kennedale. I'm kind of dusty because we just got, before we came here, we stopped by our site in Burleson. We have a project under construction there. We have another one in Ennis, one a few months from completion in Denton, and we're actively looking for other sites. We identified Kennedale as a textbook location to have a multifamily product. We do build across the country, as mentioned. We've got in excess of 3,500 units right now under contract, under development, in entitlement, and under construction. And I say that because I want you to know that we're serious. I appreciate your comment earlier about those who are all talk and no action. We are committed right now with these three projects to invest tens of millions of dollars in the city of Kennedale right now. We're ready, we're willing, and we are able to do that. And that would be a huge a benefit to the city. I was sensitive to your comments and your discussion earlier about the budgetary constraints and the things that are facing the city. And in introducing three projects like this and their associated tenants that occupy our buildings will be a benefit to the city. And I hope you will see the wisdom in that. I was traveling with my CEO, Mike Watson. He'll address you after my comments, but I do want you to know our projects are beautiful, they're bright, they're new. And of the income we receive on our projects, we budget 35% of our income to maintenance. We want these projects to look brand new for years and years and years to come. And we budget it that way so we can maintain them in the top condition. And you can see that in our other projects. The other things I want to mention, I do personally supervise and select the contractors. That is my job. We hire the best, we expect the best, we build with quality products in quality cities. And of 10 projects we build, we keep 7. That's roughly our number. We keep 7. So we plan with your approval, we plan to most likely keep these projects and become owners of properties here in Kennedale and be vested in your city. I appreciate your few minutes to let me talk. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those for you. If not, I'll defer to Mike Watson, our CEO.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mike Watson.
Good evening. My name is Mike Watson. I'm the CEO of Sumatera Ventures. Our office is at 79 West, 900 North, Springville, Utah. We have traveled a long ways to be here. We're anxious to be partners with the city of Kennedale. One of the business practices that we espouse, noticing that there are 5 other requests for zone change after us this evening, is we practice the path of least resistance. We targeted DFW as an area that we wanted to be, and we have scoured every single city in the Metroplex and identified every single property that is zoned for multifamily use. And those are the places we go. I would never come to your city and tell you to change your zoning or to do something different than you're doing. And while I don't fault others for doing that, that is not our business practice. We want to come in and be fantastic business partners with you. We have requested 5 zone changes in the last 17 years. I did the math since the Planning Commission. And each one of those times was at the behest of the planning staff, asking for us to make a change that was supported by staff. We came here as anxious partners and are excited to invest in your community. And I want to give you a couple of quick numbers. The first thing is the average household income for our apartments is about $70,000, which means with these three projects, we'll be bringing over $16 million of household income to Kennedale. 16 million. It was heartbreaking to hear your interest in the parks and recreation and the fees that go here. These buildings will have a total value north of $60 million. We'll pay taxes on the order of over $700,000 annually. And these will be for market housing, which means they are not subsidized. They're not low income housing. They're not Section 8 housing. These are for market housing with vibrant families that will contribute financially to your market and your city here. One of the things that I notice also, having been a developer since 1993, I have seen how multifamily, especially in well-placed locations, like a vibrant parkway, can spur redevelopment, urban renewal, and infill from other areas. Oftentimes redevelopment happens with multifamily first and retail and commercial comes in after that. Oftentimes, I've seen it happen the other direction where new multifamily follows new retail and commercial. We would like to help spur that area. In considering the entire DFW marketplace or metroplex here, this city is a vibrant opportunity for us to come in and put our money where our mouth is and be long-term partners with your city. And we believe that some well-placed, high-level properties will do just that in spurring more money, more redevelopment, and more urban renewal in your beautiful city. Lastly, I just wanted to mention, we are anxious to be partners. We're anxious to do great jobs here, and we're available for any questions should you have any. And hopeful for your consideration this night based on the circumstances that brought us here. We don't find ourselves in these meetings often, because most of the time we're approved before we get to town. Your staff will tell you we have abided by every code and ordinance and requirement. No shortcuts, no exemptions, no variances. We do things by the book. We would ask for your support tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
No, we have not, but we have spent in excess of $130,000 and hundreds of staff hours in preparation. We typically buy these properties once they are approved civilly with the city.
Thank you. Okay, so we've heard from staff and we've heard from the developers. It's 7:42 PM. I'd like to open up the public hearing portion. Mr. Rocky Gilly.
I would like to first address the unfortunate mistake that Summit Terra has been subject to. A number of years ago, when I served on the city council, another mistake was made. A building permit was issued for a pool house that was a couple of feet away from an adjoining property that objected to it. A permit was actually issued in error. Construction actually began on the pool house, and the city actually pursued action. And ultimately, the gentleman that received the building permit had to tear his pool house down. And the difference between that mistake and those actions, and unfortunately the actions that Summit Terra is involved in, is only a matter of scale. That's all it is, a matter of scale. So I've also asked, and it was okay with the city secretary to address the other P and Z changes. None of you that were elected, and Mr. Michaels, I know that you've just taken your seat tonight, so this doesn't apply to you, but none of you were elected to bring more multifamily housing into Kennedale. We have enough of it. We probably have too much. We have more in progress than we can swallow currently. There's a move afoot, especially at the federal level, to destroy the suburbs. There's a war on the suburbs. And at the federal, state, and local bureaucratic level, that war continues. You're our last line of defense. We want to keep Kennedale. It's a sleepy, spacious little town. We don't want to turn it into a mini Arlington or a mini Mansfield. If we did, you wouldn't be sitting there. So you're our last line of defense in this very hard decision. Would also like to point out one thing I found today. 2017, according to the US Census Bureau statistics, they found that homeowners have a median net worth 88 times that of a renter. Not 8, not 10, not 40, but 88. Don't believe me? Do you a quick web search and you'll find it. That will not, increasing the number of renters in Kennedale will not make this a more prosperous or energetic city. It will lower our median net worth. Home ownership in general for the middle class counts for about 2/3 of their net worth. If you lower our home values, you're lowering the net worth of most people that live in Kennedale. And I'm not against low-income people. I'm not against renters. I'm not against. I'm not-
Wrap up statement, please.
Okay, could I have 15 seconds, please? You've granted others 15 seconds. Could I have 15 seconds?
I said wrap up sentence, please.
Okay, I'll wrap it up.
Okay.
So, so what I'm saying is the lower you go down the scale of homeowners, the more of their net worth is tied up in their home value. Don't reduce our home values and don't turn us into something that we don't want to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, Chad G.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of our school district. As you know, we already have approximately 14 different developments that are coming into our school district that we're having to account for. Several of those are apartment complexes that are already in the works, the one across the street. Adding 3 more would be, have quite an impact on us. And not knowing exactly what that impact would be, I'll give you kind of a scale that we're looking at. The project that I saw on 404 Kennedale Parkway on their website shows that it's 70 units. And if you multiply that by 3, we're looking at 210 units, which would be comparable to the size of the apartment complex across the street. The reality is that if you factor in 10 to 20%, we're looking at an additional 200, units or 210 units. You're looking at anywhere from 25 to 50 more students coming out of that apartment complex. Or those apartment complexes. There's where our concern is that we are already, facing growth and we are already facing limited facilities. What would that impact be? The other concern I would have is that developers are going to develop property. That's what they're in business to do. But are they going to keep that property or are they going to sell that property off? And then what does that property become after they've developed it and it's gone? And what they say it's going to be now, we see the one across the street, what that was said it was going to be isn't what it is now. And that would be our concerns as a school district. Thank you.
Thank you. And Speaker John Clark, please.
Madam Mayor and Council, my name is John Clark. I live at 100 Meadow Lake Court. I'm here speaking in opposition to the amendment. If you go back and consider why those changes were made, OT 3 and 4 properties are all along the corridor. There was discussion at that time that was an area to be business friendly or allocated to businesses. OT 1 and 2 are interior. We didn't want businesses and going back in behind those properties. And so there's consideration given to why we left multifamily out of OT 3 and 4 and why that amendment or change was made. My concern obviously is that there's plenty of property developed multifamily within Kennedale. There's not a lot of property developed in a quality way for business. And once you go down this path, that's set for life. It's not changing in our lifetimes, our children's lifetimes. And so I ask you to consideration the fact that once you do a step like this, it's forever, basically. I also ask you to consider that an error, and I'll let your council speak to you, an error is not or should not be the basis for a zoning change. An error should not be the basis for city planning. And so the fact that if an error was made, then let's face up to the error, but do what's right for the long-term benefit of the city and consider the long-term impacts of what you addressed today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. This is a public hearing item. That's all the speakers that have signed up. But I'm going to open it up. Does anyone else wish to address council? Okay, then hearing none. 7:49 PM. The public hearing is over for this case number. So I will open up the floor for a motion.
I'm going to make a motion that we deny this as it's been requested, that we deny the change for multifamily in Old Town 4.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Mitchell. And now any discussion?
I'd just like to say why I agree with you, Mr. Clark, that there was a purpose, there was a reason that OT4 multifamily was removed from that area so that we could have Kennedale Parkway for our businesses. And I think that's compatible with Kennedale Parkway and it's necessary for Kennedale Parkway. So I'm in agreement with you on that. And that it was an error, and I do apologize. What you guys offer looks great, and I certainly could see your path to go into cities that have multifamily. You don't want to have to go through this, you know, and I do apologize for what you've had to go through, but it was an error. And I do agree that multifamily is not compatible with Kennedale Parkway.
Any further discussion?
I was just going to echo the same sentiments that it's not compatible.
Okay. Hearing no further discussion, let's go ahead and move forward with the vote. All those in favor to deny this request, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Motion passed to deny the request unanimously. Next case is case number PZ 22-02. Conduct a public hearing and consider an ordinance regarding a request by FC Designs for a rezoning from R3 Single Family Residential to TH Townhome District for approximately 0.46 acres located at 6817 Oak Crest Drive West, Oak Crest Edition. Okay, and we will begin with staff presentation. Mr. Chance.
It is.
And for those that may not know, Chance LeBlanc is the planning consultant with Dunaway for the city.
This case and the following case are both by the same applicant, so I'm going to kind of combine the presentation.
Combine the
Yes, ma'am.
presentation. Okay, sounds good. Yeah,
Is it-
you're hard to hear.
Can y'all hear me?
so-
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, this is for 68, or I'm sorry. I jumped on you.
No, you're fine. I still can't hear you.
And you know, how about now?
There, that's better.
Is that good?
Thanks.
This case is for 6817 and 6821 Oakest Drive to rezone R3 to townhouses. Both properties are currently vacant and have been vacant since 2009. The existing Oak Crest neighborhood is characterized by a combination of various land uses as single family, vacant lots, trucking services, and salvage yards. You can see right now the current zoning map shows the property is adjacent to R3 residential, C1 commercial, C2 commercial, townhomes, and neighborhood village. As you can see right here by the 2012 comprehensive plan, the future land use map designates the property in the employment district with a potential of a transit station. The request to rezone to TH is a deviation from the current land use map. But per the comp plan, high density residential is a type of development recommended for the employment center district. For the comprehensive plan goals related to this rezoning request falls under principle 2, the economic prosperity, the promote access to housing, providing housing options for people of varying financial needs and residential preferences. The owner of the property right now has expressed the intent to develop 18 townhome units on the approximate combined 1 acre site. The development will be accessed by a private drive from Oak Crest Drive. The residential parking, each townhome unit or each townhouse will have a 2-car garage located in the rear of each unit, accessed through a private alley. The development will have to meet the UDC standards for townhome zoning. With the recent approved rezoning for townhomes and the potential of the affordable senior living cottages in the new, in the neighborhood zoning district in the future transit. The proposed development would be compatible with these future uses. Therefore, staff recommended approval. Also, the P and Z Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval. That's it. Got any
Okay.
questions?
Does council have any questions for staff? Wait, Gary.
In your presentation, you did say that it was a deviation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Chances the zoning, the parking for townhouse, the zoning, is that specified in our UDC code?
It's very, it's not very defining parking requirements. But at this, since this is single family attached, I would kind of defer to that parking requirement, which would require two parking units per residence.
And is there a density limit on townhouses?
No, ma'am, there's not. And right now you're looking at probably 18 units per acre.
And so you're a consultant,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And you're consulting for other cities as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen in the majority of cities where there would be a density limit on townhouses? Is that something we're lacking here?
Yes, ma'am.
And would we need to, would it be your recommendation to go back and look at the parking as well under that to, I'm not going to say to further clarify that?
I don't, the parking, no, I think it would be sufficient to say 2 units, two
Okay.
parking, two parking spaces per unit would be efficient.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is the owner of the property present?
Yes, ma'am. The applicants are here.
Okay. Would you like to address council at this time? Thank you, Mr. LeBlanc. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Federico Canoda with FCD Signs, and I represent MK3 Group LLC, who is the owner of the lots. He came to me with this. Actually, these are 2 lots. That's why we're putting it together, because the concept works if both lots are changed into a townhome. The way we plan to do it is like once we get the zoning changed, so we can replat into these townhomes, and that's how we'll move forward. But this is the basic idea behind it. I want to point out about the parking. There is actually a section on townhome that does specify 1 car per bedroom for the first bedroom, and then a second one for the second bedroom. But anything above 2 bedrooms, you don't need an additional requirement, additional parking spots for the unit. But you do require 0.25 of guest parking per dwelling, and so that's why we have the 5 additional parking spots in the back. So we are by ordinance having the 2 required parking lots by having the 2 car garage in each unit, and the 5 for the guests. With 0.25 quarter for guests, that gives you actually 4.5, which runs up to 5. That's why there's 5 guest parking spots. The idea also to move forward is because we looked at the comprehensive plan. We see that, urban employment center is there as part of multifamily falls under that zoning. And we think that obviously going that far in such a residential area may be a little bit of a stretch. So we figured that going somewhere in between with the townhome will fit the neighborhood a little bit better because we're not trying to go 3-4 stories. We're only going 2 stories. We're trying to make these each individual units so we can sell those. I want to point out that there is no sewer line in front of these lots. So the owner of the lots will have to break the road, bring a new sewer line. And this is on a downward slope, which means we'll have to put pumps as well to make sure that the sewer is out of the lot. It means that in a way, we'll be able to fix the street and make improvements for the utilities as well for the city. Last that we were on planning and zoning, we talked to a lady actually that lives in the neighborhood, and she brought some concerns to us that were actually important. I want to point out that she was against the development, but one of the concerns, for example, was that because of the commercial part in the bottom, there are 18-wheelers that kind of drive through there, and she was like, well, you're gonna expose like 18 units, 18 families to that kind of hazardous situation. And there are things that we can do just to kind of talk to the neighborhood and stuff, that we can fix, like whenever we're through the development phase, to put stop signs, or where we're putting this new street in a way to access the back of the units. Maybe put a three-way street. We can talk to the development team about maybe putting a speed bump somewhere, and those things actually help control the situations. But if we don't start moving forward towards the comprehensive plan and towards maybe a little bit higher density, and those stay as single family residential, we're not gonna see those improvements. But
Okay, well, thank
And-
you.
if you have any questions?
You said that sewer was not available. Is water?
Yes, there is an 8-inch that goes all the way around. There is an 8-inch sewer line that stops the lot north to this unit, doesn't have sewer. The following one does, and that's where it stops. So all the units all the way through the curve on the way down, they currently don't have sewer. So he will be bringing sewer and actually giving it to everybody in front and on our side of the street, as per our lots, of course.
And if I may as well, you
Yes.
stated that this is going to be a two-story, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. If
We
you
have
look,
a rendering, but I don't know if it's here.
I don't need a rendering. I just take your word for it.
Okay.
So looking at the map that I'm looking at here, if you say this is going to be a two-story, I know this is a neighborhood. I know there are children there that are playing out in the street, having a great old time. It's kind of a blind curb. Aren't you concerned about the safety and the welfare of these children playing out in the street? Because if someone is coming down Oak Crest, going to Oak Crest Drive West, and they come around that corner, your building is sitting right there. It's big, it's massive, it's two-story. A car with going about 40 miles an hour down there, because it does happen. I've actually been down there. It does happen. If you have great tires, it is still going to take you from 40 to 0, about 45 feet to stop. Guess what? Boom, your child is gone because somebody was coming around a blind curve. That's number one. Number two, you say, put in a speed bump. It's still not effective. If you say if you're going to do that, that's great, but you would still have to get, some sort of, I guess, okay from the city to do that, which I'm not against, but at the same time, I don't know if residents over there would like a speed bump. Also going down from Link Street from Oak Crest Drive to West and then intersecting again, you have a big building there. They come around that blind curve, boom. Hey, there's a crash. Who's responsible for all that? Us? Them? My question is, you say it's a two-story. Are you not concerned about the welfare and the safety of the people that live over there?
We are always very concerned about the safety of the community that is going to be placed in time. Unfortunately, we can't foresee any kind of accidents happening. What we can do is try to do the best that we can to make sure that they don't happen. So if we know that we're going to be bringing a certain amount of people into the neighborhood, and this is a concern from the neighborhood already, that there are 18-wheelers coming through, then through the development phase, we can do stuff to make sure that we minimize those accidents. I don't have much of an answer to tell you, like an 18-wheeler won't be able to stop, or is the accident's going to happen.
A regular car. I mean,
but
I own a 2015 Kia Optima. If I'm looking,
accidents can happen in any neighborhood.
that's correct.
unfortunately.
Accidents can happen anywhere, at any time. You are absolutely correct.
And-
Which brings me to my next point.
Mhm.
You said that you're concerned about the safety and welfare of the people. If a building goes up there, you're going to be out there with the red flag going, stop. Because I can guarantee you, I won't be.
Well, that's why we have like traffic signs and things that will control that whenever there's nobody presently with a flag making those things. I believe that if you create a stop sign coming on the downhill before you do a curve and you force the traffic to stop, that will minimize the speed of which they're coming or currently coming. That will minimize the amount of accidents that you can
This
cause.
isn't an intersection. This is a curve.
We
There are
will
no,
be creating an intersections once we bring the driveway in. Is the way that you access each one of the units.
That's-
So while coming in the new street that gives you access, that's what we can start making those improvements. Without it, it will be just a driveway, and we can control a driveway, but a street we can.
and I'll be completely honest with you, a driveway is not considered an intersection. An intersection is when one street intersects another. Thank
It's-
you for
it's
your
a-
time.
I'm sorry, you are correct. It's a three-way driveway coming in with a new street. And we will think that we can work with it, with the city to try to make improvements on that. We can put a three-way stop. We can put a speed bump at the very first of where the lots are starting, where we're gonna start bringing that new line to make sure that things are slowing down as you come into the community. There are things that we can do, but we can't do much if we stay in a single family home. It's a lot of cost. to the
I
end
completely
connection.
understand that's a lot of cost. And I understand that this is gonna be like I said, for me, it poses a very, very high risk to safety in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Matthew Sanchez, would you like to address council? You're with MK3. Are you the property owner?
Yes, my name is Matthew Sanchez. I am the property owner. I reside at 3604 Plum Vista Place in Arlington, Texas. And I just wanted to address some of those concerns. So the idea of the speed hump actually came from the neighbors. They had brought that up in the P&Z meeting and also brought it up outside. So that's the reason why we proposed that. Now, of course, we will be working with the city to try and see what we can do to provide more safety. One of the things that we were going to propose, and of course it would have to come up with the city later on, is to put a stop sign at that roundabout corner that comes around, because that roundabout is by itself, it's just a quick turn. Now, there is a building that is there, and when we build our structure, it doesn't interfere with the street because we are further back and we do have a setback there. My thing is safety for families, and my thing is I want to make sure that we're not building something that is not going to be safe. And so I did look at that when we did look at the plans and everything, as well as when we were talking about the sewer. We're going to have to break up that street in order to bring down the sewer line. So before we broke up the street, that's when we were going to ask, since some of the neighbors did bring up the speed hump, if we could add a built-in speed hump into the road to help that out. And I do know the other developer on the other townhomes down the street. I could actually talk to him as well if he could do something like that if the city allows that. So also with this project, we are looking to sell the properties to make some affordable housing. The average home price has actually risen in DFW to about 385,000. So we're actually bringing these in to somewhere between 250 to 275. And we're going to be selling them off. So this isn't a multifamily or anything like that as far as rentals.
I'm not really concerned if it's a multifamily. I'm concerned about the safety of the people that live over there, because you stated, hey, there will be a road hump there, and that's all great and wonderful. But you said there's a building there and, put a stop sign. I want you to look at it. Chance, could you bring up the map on that screen? Not that one, not that one, not that one, that one. Can you zoom in by any chance? A little bit more.
That's as far as.
Oh, that's as far as you can go.
Yes.
If you look due north of 6817, I don't know who lives there. That I really don't. But if a child is playing out there in the empty lot that's next to it, and they run out in the street and, oh my goodness, cars coming around that hill, even though there's a speed bump there. Even though that there's a speed bump there, or even a stop sign, there's nobody over there to enforce said stop sign. There's no one over there for someone to just go flying over that speed bump. God only knows I've done it. I shouldn't have said that, but I did. I flew over a speed bump. I've done it before. I think everyone here has. Not knowing it was there, especially because it's dark. I don't know if there's a light over there, but I will say this: God forbid a child or an animal or any other human or anything or a car just be right there. Hey, guess what? Boom, crash, boom, child dead, boom, animal dead. There's a number of things that could happen over there. And that house is right there. And that house is not seen by anybody in a car or 18-wheeler until they pass that property. Again, The safety and the well-being of the residents over there are a paramount concern. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I do agree with you. That is a concern. And one thing that I would say to that is, you know, if we still even build a house or you know, duplex over there, that's still going to be the concern for a child running out to the street. I hope it never happens. You know, I honestly couldn't even imagine that. But the thing is, there's going to be something. If something's built there, it's still going to be taller than a child and taller than a car. And we're putting setbacks, and we're building these things further back into land. We're not building it, you know, all the way just right up on the street.
Okay. Is that all?
Do y'all have any
For
other
presentation?
questions?
I appreciate what you're doing. I really do. For me, it's, you know, we did vote the townhouses last month or month before last, I don't remember when that was. And it's just come to my attention that there's no density limits on townhouses. That's a huge concern for me.
Okay.
That's really my biggest concern is, you know, we've got some code issues that need to be addressed before we, that's, again, it's my opinion, before we move forward with more townhouses.
Okay, and also, this is just our design that we're doing right now. Just as I addressed to P and Z, like I would like to see this built the way it is. But if we have to limit and work with the city, and if the city says, hey, you know, I want you to scale down a little bit, we can also work with that as well.
That's the other thing that we need to look at is our code is even in a planned development where we could control that, you know, we, right now, our code is, it has to be over 5 acres to be a planned development. And that's something we need to go back and readdress so that smaller acreages like this could be a PD potentially. And then we can also add some density limits to our townhouse code as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Appreciate it. I know we've heard from staff and we've heard from the developer and owner. Now at 8:12 p.m., we'll begin the public hearing portion for the general public. Mr. Derek Hall.
Again, I'm Derek Hall at 6744 Oakcrest Drive West. It's also unmaintained from people who say they care about our neighborhood and want to come in and make it better. They could probably start with mowing their grass and cleaning up their property. They've owned it since last year. With the concerns about children, glad y'all have this map because it makes it a whole lot easier.
Mhm.
Okay, so I live right here, right next to where this is. We're not here to address the last development or last townhomes that came in. So the 2 bus stops for children, one is here at the church and one is over here at this intersection. These children, so this is the tankers that fly up and down our streets. There's no speed bumps in our street, but there are dips from where the city put in sewer and water last time. The roads weren't fixed. And so you've got about a good 4-inch dip. It's a good little hump to let you know. So when these trucks come across those humps, the back end of their trailer bounces off the ground. I've got security on my cameras on my house. You can see the back end of these trucks bounce off the ground because of how fast they go. You're never going to slow them down because there's no way to do it. You could put in a stop sign down here at the bottom. It does nothing when they get to the top. And it's the other way is actually worse than going up because they're coming down a hill. But the children have to walk. If you put them here, they have to walk up this street that has no sidewalks. It's barely large enough for 2 vehicles. If they're large vehicles, 1 vehicle goes and then the other vehicle goes. So you've got we've already got, it's either 5 or 6 children that I think it's 2 or 3 that come from here. And then from this residence, we have 3, I think, that come up. Most of them go to this bus stop, then a couple of them go to this bus stop. So you've got children walking up already down the middle of the street. And if we bring in 18 townhomes, 10 townhomes, doesn't matter. 1 child's probably coming with each one. That adds more children in there. Kennedale hasn't kept up with our neighborhood. It's been there since back in the 50s. There's no sidewalks. There's nothing maintained for children to actually walk up and down. They're either in the ditch because it's street ditch. There's no sidewalks. There's nobody's yard that they can walk in. They're either in the street or they're in the ditch. If it's raining, obviously they're not in the ditch because our ditches don't flow well as it is. So they're going to be walking in the street. We don't want children killed in our neighborhood. We've lucked out so far that we haven't. Every day I'm nervous when these kids walk up and down. We have more families moving into the neighborhood in single family houses that are bringing children with them that are great. I love children. I don't have any of my own, but I love children. So all these new additions to the neighborhood are bringing more and more children in. There's no other way for kids to get to the bus stops.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Okay, and then I have 1, 2, 3, 5 people that have signed up. They do not wish to speak, but they're all in opposition of. And just real quickly for the record, I will name the names. It's Reagan Clark, Robert Hardy, Amber Hardy, Randy Slayton, and Lauren Hall, and I believe all are residents in that area, or that's the addresses, yes, that they gave was in that area. At this time, since it's still an open public hearing, are there any other persons wishing to address council? Please come forward, Mr. Havali. Please state your name for the record and your address. And remember, 3 minutes. Thank you.
John Havali, 418 Cocoa Valley Drive, Kennedale, Texas. I was looking at this. By the way, the amount of acreage there, 0.46 plus 0.53 amounts to 0.99. My house on Cocoa Valley, the acreage is 0.98. So it's like I could put townhomes on my 0.98 acre. So logically, it doesn't make sense when I think City Council member Jan Joplin referred to the 5-acre rule. So if you put those townhomes on my 0.98 acre, and that's what that is, 0.99 acre, doesn't make any sense. I mean, come on, let's get real. At least have 5 acres. If you want, you can come put it up on my property maybe, and I have to come through this process here. It just is not logical. And I looked through this. I also support the position. No. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foley. Any others? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Oh. If they want, I can. Okay, let me do that real quick before we close the public hearing. Okay. Well, this one just says, I do not wish to speak. Opposition, townhomes being built at 6817 and 6821 Oak Crest Drive. And that was the first person, let's see, Reagan Clark, and then Robert Hardy, same thing. No additional information. Amber Hardy had a comment. I have resided in this neighborhood my entire life. We, the people of this area, are not rich by any means. If these townhomes go in, we will no longer be able to afford the property taxes to stay home or to stay any longer. Continued. My family has had 3 generations living here, and now my 18-month-old niece makes the 4th. This isn't lavish living, but we love it here. Putting 18 townhomes on less than an acre of land is going to drastically increase the amount of traffic on roads that are already poorly monitored. With 18 more families per acre, it won't be safe for the kids that ride their bikes around the neighborhood anymore. I am well aware that this department would bring in more income. I'm sorry, that this development would bring in more income for Kennedale, but I urge you to try and think about the citizens that already live here. Passing this will in no way increase our quality of life here in the Oakcrest addition. And Randy Slayton, no comments. Lauren Hall, I don't believe this is a great idea to bring in overpriced houses with children in an unsafe neighborhood. The wrecking yards and tankers are very unsafe, speed and attention wise. I am also not a fan of the taxes being raised. Okay, you're welcome. Any further? Okay, 8:20 PM, we'll close that public hearing and I'll open up the floor for a council action.
I'd like to put forward a motion to deny the request by FC Designs for a rezoning from R3 Single Family Residential to TH Townhome District for approximately 0.46 acres located at 6817 Oak Crest Drive West, Oak Crest Addition, Block 8, Lot 11, City of Kennedale, Tarrant County, Texas.
We have a motion. Do I have a second? Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor to deny the request, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Motion approved unanimously. And the next item is very similar. It's the lot just adjacent. It's 6821 Oak Crest Drive. It's case number PZ 22-03 for a public hearing and consider an ordinance as requested by FC Designs for rezoning from R3 to TH Townhome. And you've already heard from city staff. Do you have anything additional to add to that? Okay, thank you. And you've already heard from the developer and the owner. Do you have anything additional to add for this case? Okay. Okay. Okay.
The setback that you are requesting, there is like 10 feet from the street, and then there is another 30 feet. So we are kind of like 40 feet away. And in regards to the kids' safety, when it comes to like sidewalks, we are proposing sidewalks. We are proposing trying to improve the quality of the neighborhood to ensure those things. When you start bringing these kind of townhomes in, you can talk to the school district and make other stops if you're bringing such a large, like 18 new housing with more kids, to make an additional stop for the safety of the kids. It seems to me like we're making decisions on things that are out of our hand, even if we do the most. And it's just wanted to say that.
Sir, with all due respect, I'm making this decision based upon the safety of the people of Kennedale and the safety of the people in that area. Thank you.
Okay, and then the public hearing for this item open at 8:23 PM. Mr. Derek Hall, do you have anything additional to add? Okay, thank you. And the same comments for those that I just read out. I'm not going to read them again, but Leslie has them on record. Are there any other persons that wish to speak on this agenda item? Okay. Then at 8:23 PM, I'll close this public hearing and open the floor for council action.
I'd like to place a motion forward to deny the request by FC Designs for rezoning from R3 Single Family Resident to TH Townhome District for approximately 0.53 acres located at 6821 Oak Crest Drive West, Oak Crest Addition, Block 8, Lot 10, City of Kennedale, Tarrant County, Texas.
I have a motion to deny. Do I have a second? Any discussion?
I would just like to let you know that my decision is based on there not being the limits and no parameters there to make this. And we already did it once and I didn't realize that. And so that's on me. But going forward, we need to go back and do our homework and get that taken care of before we have. So I just wanted to say that. But I do thank you. Thank you for what you're doing.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Let's call for a vote. All those in favor to deny the request, please raise your hand. Thank you. Motion unanimous 4-0 to deny the request. How about 5 minutes? Okay, it's 8:24.
Almost graduated from Kennedy. I live miles down the road and I graduated from Emory. But I went to 2 years of Kennedy. Family here, all my friends here. And Larry, those guys, Hoover's one of good friends. I knew Hoover when I was 9-ball full league. He's one of our captains. I'm one of the other captains. Yeah, he's over there by settlement. The guy under him over there, I know him. Yeah, Larry's a good guy.
Hi, y'all. How you doing?
Okay, it's 8:34 PM. Let's continue on. We have case number PZ 22-04, which is very close to PZ 2205, but we're going to address 04 first to conduct a public hearing and consider an ordinance regarding a request by Seeing for a rezoning from C2 general commercial to R3 residential for approximately 0.33 of an acre tract located at 104 Meadowview Drive. Staff, would you like to present? Okay. Oh, Chance. Thank you.
Is that better?
Better.
Okay. Currently, the property at 104 Meadowview is vacant. The surrounding neighborhood is characterized by a combination of single-family and commercial businesses. The current zoning map shows the property is adjacent to R3 and R2 residential and C2 commercial. The future land use map, the 2012 comprehensive plan designates the subject property as in the neighborhood district. Therefore, the request to rezone to R3 conforms with the current future land use map. Also, per the comp plan, single family residential is a development type found in the neighborhood district. The comprehensive plan goal related to this rezoning request falls under the principle 2, economic prosperity, promoting access to housing, providing housing options for people of varying financial means and residential preferences. The applicant plans to build a single-family residence on the 0.33 acre site. The residence will be accessed by a private drive from Meadowview Drive. We'll have to meet the UD standards for R3 zoning. Staff has recommended approval and the P&Z voted all to recommend approval. Excuse me.
Okay, council have any questions for staff?
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you say that there will be one home
Yes, ma'am. There will be
Okay.
one home on that one. It's just one singular.
and the same as the other one? One home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
As far as I know, he just, as far as I know, yes, ma'am. That's all it could be.
Chance, the business owner at 721, had they expressed any interest on that?
He owns these properties.
Never mind.
Sorry.
Okay, is the property owner present? Do they wish to speak?
No, ma'am.
They're not present, okay. Okay, then let's continue on. 8:37 PM, open the public hearing portion. I have no one signed up to speak on this agenda item. However, open the floor. If anyone wishes to address council at this time, they may so do so. Okay. I don't see anyone jumping up. So 8:37 PM, we're going to close the public hearing. And I would like to open the floor for council action regarding this item.
Motion to go ahead and approve PZ 2204 to rezone from C2 general commercial to R3 residential for approximately 0.33 acres tract located at 104 Meadowbrook Drive in the Boaz subdivision lot addition lot R3R block 13, City of Kennedale, Tarrant County, Texas.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Mitchell. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go forward with your vote. All those in favor to approve this item, please raise your hand. Thank you. Motion approved unanimously. This next item is very similar as stated earlier, PZ 22-05. This is to change, to consider a rezoning from C2 general commercial to R3 residential for approximately 0.47 acre tract land located at 700 Mansfield Cardinal Road. And staff, do you have anything additional?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and property owner is not present. So at this time, open the public hearing at 8:39 PM. Any persons wishing to address council at this time? Okay, we'll close the public hearing at 8:39 PM. And I'll open the floor for council action regarding this item.
Motion to approve rezoning from C2 general commercial to R3 residential for approximately 0.747 acre tract located at 700 Mansfield Cardinal Road in the Boaz subdivision addition lots 1 and 2, block 13, City of Kennedale, Tarrant County, Texas.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Let's do Ken Michaels this time. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Unanimous, all voted in favor. Case number PZ 22-06, conduct a public hearing and consider an ordinance regarding a request by City Point Properties and Investments LLC for a rezoning from Old Town 2 to Old Town 3 for about 3.44 acres located at 509 Corey A. Edwards Drive, Woodley Acres Addition. Staff, please present.
Previously, the property was a converted house that was used as an assisted living facility, but ceased operations in 2016, leaving the property and the house vacant since. The surrounding neighborhood uses is characterized by a combination of single-family development, commercial business, and community facilities. The current zoning map shows the property is adjacent to Old Town Districts 2, 3, and 4, 2 to the north, 3 to the east, 4 to the west. with the planned development to the south. The 2012 comprehensive plan designates the property in the downtown district. Therefore, the request to rezone to OT3 conforms with the current future land use map. Comprehensive plan goal related to this zoning, again, would be the principle 2, economic prosperity, promote access to housing, providing housing options for people of varying financial means and residential preferences. The applicant for the property has expressed an intent to develop 40 townhome units, which is approximately 12 units per acre. The development will be accessed by 2 private drives from 48 Edwards. The residential parking, each townhome unit will have a 2-car garage located in the rear of each unit and will be accessed through an alley. The development will be governed by an HOA. The development will have to meet the UD standards for townhome zoning. As per the comp plan, single-family attached residential is a development recommended for the neighborhood district. Therefore, staff had recommended approval, and the planning P&Z commission voted 4-2 recommended approval. Any questions?
Did you say 40 acres per unit?
It's 40 townhomes and it's 3.44 acres, so it's roughly about 12 units per acre.
And again, under townhomes, there is no density limit.
Correct.
Any further questions for staff? Property owner, are they present or developer?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay. Mr. Oni, O-N-I, and I apologize. I'm gonna have problems saying the names.
Thank you.
Okay,
You're fine. My name is Ola Kunle Oni. I'm the architect for the project.
okay,
And I just wanted to kind of talk a little bit about the project. So it is, as stated, a single family attached to a townhome, a community that's going to be built next to an existing community. It's adjacent to what we believe is downtown and what we believe to be an opportunity to introduce some soft density into the community. By offering 40 units, approximately 40 units on this 3.4 acre lot, which has been vacant since about 2016. So really see it as an opportunity to really revive, not go away from what's already there, especially with the planned development, but by bringing in these single family attached homes, they will be owned individually. Parking will be accommodated within each unit, providing a 2-car parking garage, as well as street parking for guests and visitors. That way, there won't be any issues of parking outside on other streets. Also will provide 2 entryways along Corey A. Edwards. And also respect the site, the setback along that street as well. Along with that, we'll provide a width that will accommodate a fire access as well. If there's any questions, I'm here as well. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, and then the next speaker, Ayo Deja, sorry.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ayo Adedeji. I just wanted to make a quick statement that a development of this type would improve the look and feel of that neighborhood and also could potentially enhance the value of that area. That's all I just wanted to share with you. Okay,
Thank you. And the next speaker, Mr. Marisa.
Yeah, hello, good evening, everybody. So my name is Olawale Akimereshe. So I'm one of the partners at City Point Properties. And so we are a small company and looking to contribute to the development of Kennedale and the environs. Our goal really is to provide affordable housing to the Kennedale residents. And also it's also in line with the city's plan to provide a downtown village in this area with a medium density development. So we're asking to rezone to OT3 to allow us to continue with the old town development principle that the city already has in mind. to develop the downtown. And like this consultant stated, we do have the OT3 zoning right behind the property, and we have OT4 zoning right in front of the property. So we're just asking to, to change OT2 to OT3, which is which conforms also with the original, with the current zoning all around this property. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, does council have any questions for developer owner? Not at this time. Okay, then we will move to the public hearing portion at 8:46 p.m. First speaker, Kay Lewis. Please state your name and your address, and then reminder, 3 minutes, please.
Kay Lewis, 349 Delview Drive. My concern with this many units going in is safety. There'll be more children. You've got the community park, which I know my grandkids love it, and we walk down there all the time. Where you're bringing in this many more families, this much more traffic. There's no sidewalks. There's no safety net there for them at all. They're going to have to jump in the ditch or run through the parking lot over here behind us for City Hall, to get away from cars. And the traffic going in and out, you get to the stoplight over here, you're lucky if one car can go across sometimes. So, I mean, that's to say, I think you're going to have a lot of auto accidents. People are going to be in those autos because when you never know when you're going at these lights, are they going to turn or are they going to go straight? There's no turn signal, the arrows or anything like that. So there's a lot of safety issues surrounding this whole adding 40 more units in the small space right there from where we're at to the end of the street and to the park. That's my concern is the safety of the children.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Angela Goff.
Hi, my name's Angela Goff. I live at 321 Delview Drive. And right now, our neighborhood is a very safe neighborhood. Our kids play in the street. They can do it freely without any fear of getting ran over by cars because our neighborhood is a neighborhood watch area where they watch out for their kids, they watch out for the area, they pay attention to what's going on. Now we've got 40 units that are coming in on a very small piece of property, 3.44 acres, and we're going to have ×2 at least for 2 people added to that, which is 80 more people, plus if they have any children. And then if they sell the property, then we're going to have issues with investors. Then that turns into rentals. Then it turns into turnover rate. And then when the turnover rate, there's more crime in the area. And I'm just concerned about the area turning into a crime-ridden area. When right now it's very safe, why wouldn't you want to keep your safe neighborhoods and as they are, and then bring in more houses like you have now and not multi-unit areas where there's going to be issues with issues of crime and safety and for our kids to be able to play outside and be safe by playing outside. And then, and I understand we want to bring in income for the city. I'm all for that. Businesses, we need businesses in the city first. We have to have something that invites people to come in so that people want to come and live in Kennedale. Right now, we don't even have a grocery store. We need a grocery store. We need other businesses to come in that makes it more advantageous for people to come in here and live a decent life in Kennedale and still be comfortable and safe and have their children safe here. But I just hope that the city council takes it on and puts more families in single family homes and have a safe environment for the kids. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bobby Brown.
Thank you. My name is Bobby Brown. I reside at 305 Delview Drive. I am also opposed to the building on Courier Edwards for multiple reasons, many of which have been already addressed. The safety issue is one. I live on the opposite end from where these ladies live, and we have somewhere between 15 and 17 kids that play on our end of the street. And people like to use our street because it's a nice new road and it's very smooth. All of our streets around us, as you all know, all the streets around here are in really bad shape. So they like to use our road to cut through, and they speed. And so creating the density, even minor density with 40 units in a very small tract, creates traffic, right? More traffic, more people, more problems with the roads. I would like to see our roads improved, and I would like to see more single family homes in that lot. If you're going to build it, I'm shocked when I look at the density that we're building in Kennedale. I'm thoroughly shocked at how much density building we are doing. I love Kennedale. I do. I lived in Arlington for 25 years and moved to Kennedale to get away from that, right? I moved here because I like the small town feel. I like having my granddaughter. We raise our granddaughter here. I like that small town feel to get her away from the big city and the problems that are associated with that. I like the small town feel, and I want to keep that. I want to keep that safety net that I feel like she has here, that we have here. I like our safe neighborhood. I don't want the density. I think there's a lot of good reasons not to have the density. And I would like to see more single family homes built than density. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. James Brown.
My name is James Brown. I live at 305 Delview Drive. First thing I'd like to do is apologize to everybody that my family moved to Kennedale in 1973. I've seen the growth that Kennedale's done. I've seen the growth that they should not have done. You know, we lived on the side of Kennedale over there where they built houses where cows used to roam. My mom and dad owned about 5 acres, and now there's a big, huge house sitting on there, which is good. It's one family living on that house. But every field around it is filled with houses now. I work for Mansfield Independent School District. I can tell you how many apartments they're building over there. I do know Kennedale does not have the room in their schools to even house half the kids that's being built now with the houses and the apartments and everything that's going in. Yes, there's 40 units there. I see his plans. I see no plans for his drain off. We have to have a lot for our drain off on our little street, a vacant lot, just for the runoff of that comes off the road and all the houses. You know, I am super opposed to this. They may mention that it's going to be an HOA. For how long? You know, I'm not opposed to people making money, but I've said here in this meeting, and this is the first meeting I've made in Kennedale. And I actually voted for several of you guys up there. I sit here in this meeting and listen to how many people wants to come into Kennedale and build. And possibly they might keep owning it. Most likely they won't. You know, I've seen the houses be built across from the park. You know, they're all rentals. I don't know if y'all have ever drove those houses during the summer and looked at the lots. I watched one lady mow 3 lots because the grass was so high. And they're just rentals. I don't know if they have an HOA or not. I do know we do not have an HOA, and we try to keep our yards and stuff clean and nice. I moved back to Kennedale to retire. You know, I lived here growing up. I graduated from Kennedale High School, which is the junior high. I was the first class to graduate in that new building. You know, a month or so ago, I seen my old high school tore down. I see too much in Kennedale being changed. My mom and dad's in the graveyard, and now right across from their grave is freaking apartments. You know, apartments. Where do we stop at? You know, I do believe, like my wife said, single-family dwelling homes would be great in there. You would basically have a good street. 40 homes, and you say you have to have 2-car parking. I don't know if y'all have ever had a new garage to where you try to park 2 vehicles. I can't get them in mine, and we're supposed to have a 2-car garage. You know, across from us on our end of the street, we do have rental homes.
Wrap
Oh.
up sentence, please.
I don't know if that was actually designated to where they could be bought and then rented. And I watched a lot of stuff happen at those rental homes that I would not want happen. With that, I hope and I pray that y'all do cancel this. We don't deserve it. We did not move back to Kennedale for this. Thank you.
Thank you. We're still under the public hearing item. Are there any additional persons wishing to address council? Yes, Mr. Hawali. Reminder, 3 minutes, please.
I'm going to add a different dimension to this. That home that is on that property, I knew the lady there that was an assisted living facility for quite a few years. One thing I don't understand, and I'm trying to spin this in my head, which my brain spins around, I think some of you know that. So I don't understand. I've been to the East Coast, I've been to the West Coast, I've been a little bit Washington, DC, Chicago, and all those areas, New York. People are stacked this way. Here's what happens. The stress levels go up. People treat each other badly. There is no caring of each other. I've been to Washington, DC, the neighbor next door doesn't even know the other person next door. So the psychological dimension that brings in this stacking up of people, that's one. And besides that, crime goes up. People hate each other. It's just a mess. It's a psychological mess. It's a city mess. It's a small packing people can behave like animals. It's like taking a truck in Texas and you stack up a truck with 2 levels of cows and you put them as close as together. Thank goodness they're cows. Now you take humans and put them and then see what happens. That's one issue. The other point is, here's a suggestion. Even if you put up an assisted living facility there with 10, 12, I also come from that background. We had an assisted living facility in Arlington, my wife and me, for about 8, 10 years. It's a tough business. Not tough business, but to take care of the people. That's the tough part, not the business. But I don't know if one of that could be put up there. So I would like to throw that suggestion to your company, CenterPoint, I believe. Is that correct? I was looking at it. I might throw that suggestion to you folks. You can put up and then you, of course, you got to come through this route. But that's one thing, because it's a good neighborhood where senior citizens can walk up and down, relaxed neighborhood. And that's what was running there. So with that background there, so I am totally against stacking people up vertical. We believe in the city of Kennedale horizontal. We don't believe in vertical stacking. We have enough of that in different parts of the country. Go look at their crime statistics. Go look at their issues there. It's terrible. Why do we have to bring it here? I've been in my property, 1 acre, for 35 years. My kids grew up and we're not going anywhere. And a lot of the other citizens who talked about that, we are not going anywhere. And some of the council members. And the only way we are not going to go anywhere is by not allowing stacking properties come up. Thank you. And I want to just let the city council members know, I do appreciate every one of you from the last city council that we had run by the former mayor. I do appreciate every one of you. And I wish all of you will come back for the next to run again, and I'll work with you. But thank you very much for doing that. So I need to give credit to the city council members to stand up to this stacking up of human beings vertical. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawali. Any other persons? Okay, Miss Sarah Cotton.
So, we already have a town center that's not even half full. And we only have one store, that's the dollar store.
And we're even having problems with finding milk some days. Or certain items that we need, like bread. There are days, there's no bread, there is no milk for our seniors who have to shop at the dollar store because they're too afraid to drive down to Kroger or to Albertsons, because that's a very, very busy intersection. And that's scary for people who are really elderly and barely can get around as it is to maneuver around that area. And we desperately need if we're going to keep continuing to grow and build, we have to have a grocery store. I don't know who's going to be the one to convince a chain to come, but we need that because the dollar store is stressed to the max just for our little town. People hit the dollar store because it's convenient. It's right there. And there's things that we sometimes can't even find in there because it's not there because we're already growing and we don't have, even if you go to Chevron, they won't have milk. The convenience stores are like, they're stressed out too because they can't keep it on the shelves because we don't have a regular store to take that burden off. And so our early, depend on a lot of the pantries to be able to do that. And I try to keep milk as much as I can for our elderly so they don't have to go to Albertsons or Kroger. So that's another thing you have to worry about. You're bringing more people in, but we have not brought some more businesses that we need. We need a pharmacy now because we don't have one. And sometimes at Albertsons is not that great. My husband has had to go out 3 weeks without his medication because they did not have it. So Miss Pill's another one. The prices of the medicines have gone up at these certain pharmacies. So we need another pharmacy here. That is something we desperately got to have because it's too hard on the elderly. And some like Albertsons is getting where like even I will not let me come and get Miss Pill's medicine. That I would have to bring her, and she's 88 and she cannot get around. So she has to either have them deliver it, which sometimes it might be later in the day, it might be the next day. So I got to think this through before you start to before voting for these things. And he had a great idea. If it was a smaller scale, and if it was like persisted living, because we have a waiting list at the nursing home over there. There is a waiting list. And we need something, not just like apartments, because some of the elderly are having to move out of the apartments into assisted living because they're getting where they can't take care of themselves in the apartments.
Thank you, Sarah. Any other persons? Yes, sir. Please state your name for the record and address and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
My name is Olusegun Ashekun.
Thank you.
My address is 1678 Cardinal Road, Mansfield, Texas, 76063. But I'm also a homeowner in Kennedy. I own a property at Mansfield, Cardinal Road, 218 to be precise. Now, I'm the managing partner of City Point Properties. I'm also a lawyer by profession. I've practiced law for 30 years now. I was born originally in Nigeria, and I relocated to this country for some personal reasons. There is one thing that I admire about the United States, and that is the concept of American dream. I came into this country with $200 in my pocket. And to God's glory, today, I am a proud homeowner. The way I understand the American dream stems from homeownership, at least part of it. I see the United States as a land of opportunity. But primarily, owning a home is something that gives every American a kind of nostalgia in growing up in this country. I'm going to try to respond to some of the comments that have been made. here at this meeting. I want to state clearly that this is not an apartment complex. This is actually a single family attached homes and is going to be a gated community. So the question of safety, children running around and all of that, I don't think it is particularly applicable in this case. This is going to be a gated community that will also have homeowners association. The second issue is about, okay, I already talked about street parking. I don't believe that the issue of street parking will affect it. The second issue I want to also address, as somebody mentioned, slow stoplight at Corrie Edwards and Kennedy Parkway. Yes, I believe that the light is currently slow, but more individual, in my opinion, we mean that would justify allocation, allocating more time, even for the light. Then I believe that the purpose of the homeowners association is to actually regulate.
A wrap-up sentence, please, sir.
I didn't get it, sir.
A wrap-up sentence, please, your
Oh,
3
okay.
minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Well, in rounding up, I just want to implore you to look at the vision of this city, which we are trying to key into, to look at that vision as a whole and not just look at this as an individual project, but to look at the vision of this, especially the downtown area. So I will implore you to approve this because we believe that it is actually in line with the ultimate vision of this city of Kennedy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, Lori Boyd. You may talk, yes. It's public hearing, so yes, ma'am, you can. Just remember to state your name, address, and then limit your comment to 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
My name is Lori Boyd. I live at 321 West 3rd Street here in Kennedale, right across from the library. I just want everybody to remember or take into consideration, this is called Old Town. This is our area, Old Town, that we want to preserve as single family living. And we like this area the way it is. I'm not against apartment living. If you want to go to Arlington, there's plenty. But here in Kennedale, I like the Old Town. So, you know, the assisted living house that we used to have, it would be great if we could think and focus on something maybe for senior citizens to assist them. Maybe the city could work in on that. But yeah, I love my Old Town. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Okay, you want to address again? Okay, go ahead.
Wanted to go
Real
and show
quickly.
the elevation here, and I think, rightly so, as the manager has stated already, this is single family attached. The idea is not to stray away from what's already there, especially with the planned development, and it is again wanting to be in line with what your vision is for the city, and being adjacent to downtown itself. So, I'd like to just encourage that y'all make the best decision for your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, no one else? Close the public hearing at 9:10 p.m. At this time, I'd open the floor for any council action.
I'd like to go ahead and make a comment if I can before any action is taken. I do appreciate the fact that City Point Properties and Investments LLC is wanting to build in our city. I feel that, from the looks of it, it looks good. But looking at the surrounding area, I see homes. I don't see any townhomes. I don't see any apartments in Old Town area. So based upon that information and just looking at the area, it looks kind of out of place. And I understand that you want to help build up our area. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm pretty sure there's other places within the city that could accommodate something like this. But in the surrounding area, like I said, we're looking at a zoning area. And in this area, it looks completely out of place. And based upon that information, that's how I will vote. Also, the property, the way that it's setting, it looks like there could be a couple of privacy issues with some of the residents over there because of its elevation. So with that, I'd like to conclude that comment before we vote.
Did you want to make a motion?
Did you have?
The public hearing portion's already over with. You're good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you do-
So
Go ahead.
at this time, I'd like to make a motion to deny the request by City Point Properties and Investments LLC for rezoning from OT2 Old Town 2 to OT3 Old Town 3 for approximately 3.44 acres located at 509 Corey Edwards Drive, Woodlea Acres Addition, Block 2, Lot 1, City of Kennedale, Tarrant County, Texas.
Have a motion. Do we have a second? Any discussion?
Yes, I too want to thank you very much for your presentation. For me, this is about pure zoning. There was a purpose that zoning was put in place, and I believe that purpose still exists today. So changing the zoning on that, the reason that OT2 is there now doesn't have multifamily. And even though, yes, you say it's a home, and I agree, a town home is a town home and it is attached, but it is not single family zoning. So because it's not single family zoning, it has to have a separate zoning. And in order for you to build that, you would have to change the zoning, which doesn't represent then why that zoning was put there to begin with. Also, currently our townhouse, we don't have the density limits. We need to go back. We need to take a time out from that, as you've heard me previously say. And we need to put some density limits in place for our townhomes. But even with that, this isn't zoned for multifamily. And that's what townhomes are. They are multifamily.
Okay.
So but thank you so much for coming in, and I do appreciate your heart.
Anyone else? Okay, we're going to move forward with our vote then. We have a motion and a second to deny this request. All those in favor to deny, please raise your hand. Okay, motion approved unanimously to deny the request. At this time, the city council will need to go back into executive session again pursuant to section 551.071 and 551.074. And the time is 9:14 p.m.
I didn't say it, but I appreciate it. I didn't say it, Leo. I didn't say it, Lori. Cops are fired. Lori. Yeah. What are you reading?
Y'all have a good night.
Happy New Year, Chief.
What's your name? Hey, John, we're gonna be home in about 2 hours past 5 minutes. I don't know. Y'all have a good.
the council may need to make.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the contract with SGR for city manager search.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Wow, I get to vote. Okay, so do I recall it again or just state my vote? Okay, I vote in favor to move forward with the SGR contract. So motion is approved to move forward with the SGR contract. At this time, I'd like to open the floor for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Have a motion. Do I have a second? No discussion. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All in favor, thank you. Adjournment at 10:04.
Take care. See you next